Okay. Let's turn the volume down. And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to be making another painting by another one of my very, very favorite artists, Qi Baishi. And let's jump right into it because I got a lot of stuff I want to do today. Come on, let's get that out. Okay, so we are going to make, well, the artwork we're going to look at, as you can see on the screen here, there's 12 different images here. And here's what they look like when they're displayed all side by side. And you can see they're quite big, right? They're, you know, about 4.5 to 5 feet tall each one, and then in the frame they're even bigger, maybe 6.5 feet or so. So these are considerable artworks. Here's another image. And then, of course, this is often how I've seen it represented on the web, all 12 of them kind of stacked on top of one another like this. So what I've done is I've actually, well, not shrunk them, but I've divided them into 4 separate smaller paintings where they're 3 on each page or canvas, or however you want to, wherever you want to paint them, walls, ceilings, etc. So you can see here's the 4 different ones. And then for each one of these, I've also done a tracing of them. Now, you don't have to do all 4 paintings. I'm going to do all 4 paintings today, but maybe if you want to do one of them or 2 of them, then that's fantastic. So I'm going to start with our I'm going to kind of do them in the order in which they were displayed, and I'm going to use this outline to do it. Now, I have already gone ahead for today's episode and printed out the tracings and transferred them onto canvas. I filmed the whole thing. I'm going to show a quick little summary of that and how I did it. So those of you that are interested, and maybe because this might be the very first time you've seen me and you're wondering who I am and how do we do all of this, don't worry, we're going to cover all of that. But for those of you that have been with me for about a year now, we're going to kind of condense the tracing part, because it took me about almost 50 minutes to do the transfer of all 4, or I guess you could say all 12 images onto 4 canvases. So let's, and so you're probably wondering, some of you, like, how do I even get these tracings? Let's check out this folder. Inside the, on a link down below in the video description, you'll see a link to a Dropbox folder. And when you get in here, you'll see all of these different folders. And it gives you an idea of some of the artists that we've already looked at as part of our Master Study course. Now, I'm planning on doing about 50 or so episodes, but we are on episode number 19 here, the Qi Baishi, or Qi Baishi. I've seen it pronounced a few different ways. And so if we click, so of course you could, if you want to paint Batman or Star Wars or Dali, Mona Lisa by Da Vinci, Georgia O'Keeffe, Al Loving, all of these great artists are all here. And you can also see where we're heading here. We're going to do a Peppa Pig episode for Children's Day, the beginning of the next month, and then a Superman episode. But today, here, as part of our focus on this great artist, as well as Asian History Month, we're going to be focusing on Qi Baishi. So, inside this folder, you're going to see a whole bunch of different files. Now, there is, you'll see here, for the originals, and then for each original there's 2 files. One is a JPEG and one is a PDF. They're essentially exactly the same, just for different people's printers, etc. Some people may prefer to print from a PDF or a JPEG. Anyway, all that information is there for free on the Dropbox. Download them. Once you've traced them, you can also color them in if you want, or you can give them to a little kid who could color them in, or you could recycle them. Or you could even do multiple versions of this. You could transfer them onto Canvas. I'll show you how to do that in a second. And you could do several versions. Maybe you give them away to people. So also in the link down below, you'll see a link to, excuse me, oops, got a new microphone. So let me know what the audio is like on today, because I've got a whole new audio setup. If it's better or worse than it was in the past. You will see here on the private Facebook group, this is where I post links to every video as they're coming up, and there's often questions that I'm asking, as well as people posting their versions of the painting that we make twice a week, as well as people also posting original artwork of their own. So we're seeing here a few. Here's Irene's version of a sunset, and I can see she's already gone and taken some advice that I gave in our feedback session just a few days ago, and gone and done an awesome job and put some of these little white caps in there. Looks beautiful. Great job, Irene. And here's Heidi's painting. Oh, Heidi, did you already do a little bit of changes here? It looks, it doesn't, but this is the original one you've done, and well, I've already talked about how much I love this painting at the very end of our feedback session. Anyway, so I encourage anyone who's watching right now to join the Facebook group, but let's kind of dive right in here. So Qi Baishi was a Chinese painter, obviously, and lived, I think, through some very, very interesting times, especially in China, but also just in the art world and world history in general. So, 1864 to 1957, lived till the age of 93. So he lived to a nice ripe old age, and really his style throughout his life did not change too radically. So he kind of is, what's interesting is he straddles a period in art, in general, global art, but specifically in terms of Chinese art, where there was, he learned a very traditional style of painting, of Chinese painting, and around kind of the early 1920s, just as everywhere else in the art world in Europe was really going avant-garde, and we had all this experimentation with different styles, Cubism probably being the most famous and recognizable to most people. There were many artists in China who abandoned the traditional style and started working in a Western European style. Qi Baishi did not. He stayed pretty consistent throughout his life, although the focus of the art that he made did evolve, as we will see. So let me see. What else do I want to say about him and his life? He was born into a peasant family, a poor family, and taught himself how to make art. And one of the things that he used to learn how to make art was this famous book here. Let me see. I think I already, yeah. So there was this book that was written in the 1600s, kind of like a how to draw, how to paint book, the Manual of the Mustard Seed Garden, which is, it's like for Chinese artists, particularly traditional Chinese artists, it's seen as kind of like the Bible on how to make art. And you would go, like, if you were to learn traditional Chinese painting, even today you would still refer to this original document. Although I won't go into this document, but it isn't. You can read all of this text here. It is interesting how it had its own life, and I think, well, just really quickly, what is interesting is it was sort of like redone at a certain period of time. But let's kind of, what else do I want to say here? He had a number of very important teachers throughout his life who each taught him something different, which is probably not unusual. But through them, he learned landscape painting, traditional landscape painting, painting animals and smaller creatures, and then the third kind of main one would be incorporating poetry and text into his artwork. And so those three painters were huge influences on him. And then, of course, later on in his life, he became a hugely influential figure, really a towering figure in Chinese contemporary and modern art throughout, before he died in the late 1950s. I think there's a few stories I think I'll tell here while we're painting, but I think probably what is how he's really come to attention to people outside of China was in 2017. The work that we're going to be painting today, this series of 12 paintings, sold for $140 million at auction, making him a member of this so-called $100 million club. So I think I've got some articles, like for instance, if we go, here's the list of most expensive paintings, and we can scroll down here. Here's the Salvator Mundi, this supposed Leonardo da Vinci painting, although many people consider it to be a fake, or at least maybe made by a student of Leonardo's. That's a whole other conversation. And we can see here's all of these artists. All of these artists happen to be white, European, or American artists. And yeah, male artists, right? And if we keep on going down here, and some of these artists are repeated many, many times, like Van Gogh and Picasso, Modigliani and Klimt. And then here we go. Here, this is, I think currently he's about number 21 on this list, which is, for $140 million, like that's number 21 on the list. You could see how much people have paid for some of the, like almost 400, almost 500 million, probably with the auction house premium on top there for the Mundi. But anyway, he is, and I counted all of these. He shows up here again. Where are we? Keep on going down. Look at how this long list. Look at all this money people have spent on art. You could. So here's another one of his paintings. This is another famous painting of his, eagle standing on pine tree. And there is just a couple of more artists who round out like the top 150 who are not white men, right? And almost all of these, I didn't even think about it until just now. I'm pretty sure every single one of these persons is also dead, by the way. There's a couple of links I put down in the video description, just sort of talking about his work, and this giant sale of art, which really kind of shocked a lot of people. But what I think is interesting about it is it represents a big change in the art world, and specifically like the high-end auction world of fine art, which is people have been traditionally, even Chinese, rich Japanese, rich Africans, rich South Americans, etc., even rich Canadians, by and large, for hundreds of years have been buying mostly art, like classical art by European masters, right? As we just saw, like the Picassos, Modiglianis, Renoirs, Gauguins, Van Goghs, etc. And really, it hasn't been until very, very recently. Like, we're talking maybe over the past 5 years, where collectors outside of Europe and North America have started buying art made by people from within their own countries. Like, even here in Canada, it's if you wanted to buy an Emily Carr or a Tom Thompson or a Mary Pratt, like one of the first paintings we did in our How to Paint course, a Mary Pratt print, you could still buy that for like $1,500, like $1,500, right? Because so many people who have money in Canada choose to go buy expensive old painting by, instead of buying an original painting by Emily Carr, which could cost maybe a couple $100,000, which isn't chump change, but for people who have a lot of money, it's nothing. And instead, they go and spend $20 million on a little tiny Picasso sketch that he did on the back of a piece of cardboard found in the garbage, right? Anyway, that blows my mind. If you can, there's lots of auction houses. Heffel Fine Art is one of the main auction houses in Canada. They have offices in Vancouver and Toronto, and you can walk in there, and you would be surprised. Like, some of the artists that we've talked about, you could go in and buy them for the price of a new car. And so if you wanted to, yeah, anyway. But what's super exciting, I think, is how collectors are now turning their attention to artists from around the world. I love this photo of Qi Baishi here. I think it's this is how I would love to look like in my 90s. With just this wild beard. We'll see what my wife has to say at that point in time. Anyway, I just also put down a few links below to a couple of other YouTube videos. I'm not going to play them, but there's one of these where there's a guy flipping through, I think the publisher of this book, flipping through a double edition book of his paintings. And we can see here, I'm just showing some of these because some of these images are not easy to find on the web. Of his work, and we could see like some of these paintings are really simple, like of leaves, of bugs, right? This one's obviously a little bit more complex, but within Chinese art and even Japanese art, there is this huge premium on clarity. And I hesitate to use the word simplicity, but clarity, I think, is a major part of understanding one of the main desired qualities of art in China and also Japan. As opposed to here in North America, we tend to get really excited when we like, oh wow, look at that drawing. It must have taken that artist, hundreds and hundreds of hours. That's so impressive. Traditionally in China, I think they would have a very different outlook on they'd be like, wow, that's it's impressive. You spend all that time on it, but like all those extra lines, like what do they actually do? Like what's the purpose of all of that? Because it's all about distilling things to their essence and conveying kind of like the inner, the life inside of them. And often we want to try to paint things in these like really fluid gestures, which conveys that sense of life and spontaneity, the energy that exists within objects and animals, landscapes, etc. I also just thought I would show just a couple. This video, this is a movie that is all about Mao and Qi, and it's a feature-length film I haven't watched the whole thing. I found a little bit to be a little bit silly, but I think it is interesting. Both of these men, Mao, who obviously is famous for the Cultural Revolution, he's the kind of the main figure in Chinese communist history, and leader of communist China for many years. The two of them were from the same region in China, and I don't know for sure, but this video seems to make it seem like they were, Mao was the politician, the leader, and Qi was the soul of the country kind of thing. He was the person who represented kind of high Chinese ideals and values through his art. Anyway, let's stop talking and start painting here, because I want to get lots of stuff done. Okay, so as I said, I printed out all of the tracings, and I've already transferred them onto canvas. Let's see here. So I'll just show you. Here's these. They're all in the Dropbox, and I'm going to play the video of them, of kind of maybe a little bit of this tracing, just so anyone who's new to the channel can just sort of get an idea of how this whole thing works. So let's go to... Oh, if that volume was up, it might have been. Okay. How do I want to do this? Let's... So to begin with, what I do is I take one of these canvases. They've been pre-gessoed, so I'll take a block of sandpaper and then just sand it down to get it nice and smooth. And then I take the image and I line it up. I want to get it about as straight as possible. And you can see I put it basically in the middle of the canvas, and then put some tape over the top and the bottom. And then I use some carbon paper or graphite paper. You can buy them. There's a link down below, and you can buy that directly from Amazon or any art supply store. And if you can't find it from any of those locations, fabric stores are often a good place to find them, because people use them for transferring images, patterns onto fabric to make clothes, etc. So I'm not going to show this whole thing here. As I said, it takes a little bit of time, but it'll just kind of go quickly. You'll see that I did just draw lines over the space. This is an area where there was some text. I have omitted that. And then you see me drawing some lines right down to divide these. All right, so I did all of the lines. And I actually extended the image just a little bit on the top and bottom so that it's equal around all the sides. We'll see that in a second. I'll just... Okay. So you see here, I'm just gonna... There's times where I have to move the carbon paper out of the way, because it's not quite big enough. As you can see here, I can move that out of the way, and then I'm going to take my ruler, and I take one of the other canvases I've already used. If you're going to do multiple versions, or multiple, you're going to do all 4 canvases, then at least I wanted them to all be consistent. So you can see I'm just lining them up so that they're all going to have the same borders. I just draw a line right across the top, and also, across the bottom and the top. And then just connecting these lines. because again, the tracing or the carbon paper wasn't quite long enough to go edge to edge, because I'm painting on 9 by 12 sized pieces or canvas boards here. So I just need to go back here to touch these up. And there's many different ways that we can approach the painting of these canvases here, so we'll talk about that here in a second. Okay. I think another thing that I did, here's me tracing the fourth one, is I just made a little point to, well, maybe let me just kind of go back here. I'll just let this play. The files themselves are all numbered, so you can just look at the file that you printed out to know which file is which one. I got confused there for a second because it transferred, but there's the first one, and here's the second one, and you can see I just sort of pointing out the main features here. And while I was doing all of this tracing, I wasn't particularly concerned about getting every single little detail. Like even on the tops of all the roofs of these buildings, I didn't do all the diagonal lines, I just did the outside edges here. Just because there's really no point in putting all that detail, because we're going to paint over all of it anyway. Let me see. The other thing too is we are going to paint over all of these lines in just a few minutes. So one thing you may be tempted to do is to draw really lightly so that your pencil lines are fairly lightly drawn. But throughout this is episode or painting number 72, 3, 4, and 5. Throughout all of these paintings, I've never felt like the lines were too dark. If anything, I've always felt like, oh goodness, I should have drawn this a little bit darker. So have no fear about pressing a little bit hard on your pencil, or even just at a regular pressure, so that you can get those pencil marks onto the canvas, and they'll show through even a thicker layer of paint. Okay, so let's close that. Okay, so now I've got this stack of canvases. Where are they? Let's bring. So I've got a stack of canvases, and again, I've numbered. You just saw me numbering them, just so that I can. It will help a little bit as I'm painting, that I can go back and I know which file to refer to. But also later on, when they're on the wall, I can remember. Oh yeah, this was this. This is which one, right? I'll also say, obviously, I have made a decision to remove I haven't removed the text, I just am not including them in my version of the painting. In the originals here, you can see all of the text. I felt, personally, don't get me wrong, I am very, very aware of the importance of the text and the signatures and the stamps that Qi Baishi used in his art, and of course in Chinese art and Japanese art, Korean art as well. So I obviously, and I know some people will say that not including those is sort of like not painting the lips on the Mona Lisa, for instance, and is an outrageous omission that completely removes a major element from the artworks. I agree, in fact, I completely agree. I personally feel that for a couple of things here, trying to paint all of these, all of that text on these in these relatively small canvases would be almost prohibitively difficult for even myself, let alone trying to do that within a relatively short period of time. If I was to do it, I would probably use a pen, quite frankly, or an acrylic or ink-based pen that you could then print over top of these after you've done all the painting, because I think trying to paint it with a small brush would be a bit more frustrating than you know, and I don't want anyone to feel discouraged, because if you're trying to paint all these tiny little characters, like, can you imagine trying to do all like that? And we're talking in a space the size of maybe a large postage stamp, like. And then the other thing is if I was to do them wrong, then I could be totally changing the meaning of any of this text and causing all sorts of ridiculous laughter when people look at it. So I understand that we're probably missing major elements, major details that change the work, dilute the quality of the work. But what I'm most interested in is really focusing on the imagery and trying to paint the imagery itself. And again, I know some people say the imagery and the text are go hand in hand, and you can't have one without the other. But anyway, so I really want to give that as a little caveat there, because I know that some people, especially if you tune in halfway through, will say like, "What? Why did you do that?" So anyway, let's look at how we're going to approach this next part here. So I'm going to mix a color that I'm going to paint over all 4 of these paintings simultaneously. I'm going to let them dry, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover the entire surface, and then at the very end I'm going to paint these edges. And I could see many different approaches, one of which would be because I'm going to paint these the insides in this sort of kind of maybe newsprint, kind of a little bit of a gray, kind of paper-like color, like a slightly faded, yellowed paper color. And then you could paint the borders white afterwards. You could paint it black or purple, green, whatever strikes your own personal fancy. So let's get our materials out. Again, if anyone just tuned in and was wondering what the carbon paper I was using, this is the carbon paper. There's links below if you want to buy some of that directly. Okay. So I see a bunch of people joining the chat there. Heidi says, "Hi everyone, hi Michael, which ones are we painting?" Oh, I think that was from before, and I think I hopefully answered your question about that. Deborah says, "Hi Heidi, hi everyone, Irene is here, hi everyone listening today as I'm finishing another artwork." Heidi says, "I am so ill-prepared that I have only one pre-gessoed canvas board." You feel free to just paint one today, and you could paint the other ones at another time. You don't have to feel like you have to do all of them all at once. And if anything, mixing these colors a second, third, fourth time would be really great practice, actually. Okay, so let's take a look at or let's sorry, I want this. I think I'm going to paint that paper texture, as I said, kind of the kind of just the area that has been untouched by paint. It'll be mostly a gray, so I'm just going to start off with some. Actually, we're going to use a bunch of it, but I'm going to mix it slowly until I'm confident I've got the right proportions, and then I'll kind of continue forward here. So I'm going to put my paint down on the canvas right now. Although, let me see. I'm just going to put down some of my warmer colors for right now, because I won't use the cool ones just yet. Okay, so I just put down my warm yellow, my warm red, and my warm blue. I'm going to get out a big brush here, and I'm just going to kind of mix up a bit of a gray, and then I'm going to add it to a gray. So I'm just going to put this here. Okay. So this is, well, it's going to be kind of like a brown, right? I'm going to start with a brown. And I'm just going to clean this brush off pretty good. In fact, I'm actually going to take my rag. I'm just going to wipe off all of the excess paint. I'm not going to wash it in the sink. Or in my water cup. I just want to clean it off. Actually, I'll just toss that to the side. I won't need it. Okay, now I'm going to go in here with the white. And let's take a bit of black and just check this out. That was a lot of black, Michael. I didn't want it to go that dark. But we'll make it work. It's not bad. It's a little bit darker. I wanted a little bit more subtlety. I think I'll put extra bit of water in here to kind of dilute it. Okay, so I've mixed this gray, and now I'm just going to take some of this color. I'm going to add it to my gray. I want it to be very, very subtle. I just want it to look like it's... First of all, I don't want it to look white. I don't want it to just look like the plain, boring white. I just want to give it a little bit more color. Oops, I'm getting some black in there. So, will this be noticeable by most people? Probably not. Most people won't really know there's any kind of change whatsoever. They might just think it looks gray. And that's all right. They don't have to know all the extra work that goes in behind to appreciate it. Okay. Now I'm going to... Oh, that's a lot of water in there. Didn't need quite so much. And I'm not too happy about all that water being where my black is. But... as I say often, just watch what I'm doing, learn from all of my mistakes, and then you won't have to make those same mistakes yourself. I probably should have put my black elsewhere so that it wasn't mixing in with these paints. Okay. But, this kind of gray is not bad. What's kind of nice is it'll look a lot like a newsprint color. Okay. So let's move that. I'm going to move off to the side here. And get the canvas ready. And then I'm just going to cover this entire surface here. So let's just do that right now. So I'm not sure, it probably doesn't come across too well on camera. But I can see just that little bit of extra color in the paint. And I like that a lot. It just gives it a little bit more... it's It's like whenever you're having good food and you're like, what is that flavor? I can't quite put my finger on it. Is that chocolate or coffee or like it's like almost a floral quality? Okay, and if you find like the image has kind of disappeared a little bit, just take your brush and kind of try to go over and kind of spread that paint out and kind of thin it out a bit. And if you feel like you need to do even more, you can just take your brush, wipe off that. I wouldn't put water on it, but it's now like I'm kind of just going to soak up some of that extra paint as I brush over top of it. Now while this dries, it's going to get a little bit more transparent. Okay. Cool. I know on camera it looks like the image has completely disappeared, but it is still there. Just going over just to make sure some of the areas were a little bit patchy. Cool. So, and we can just kind of see the difference between one. This is the one I just primed, obviously. And then, so it is quite a bit darker, but I don't mind it so much personally. It's up to each person to determine. Okay. I mean, it certainly is easier to do all of this at the exact same time so that you get a really consistent color. But, you know, it's also, even in the images, the originals, it seems like the colors are slightly different. That could just be the way they were photographed. There's all sorts of different reasons. It could be the pigments he put on there could have affected the paper as it in an archival way and caused some to age faster than others. Okay. Once again, I'm just going to wipe off that excess paint. Okay, there's another one. Oops. I see. Heidi says, traditionally, Chinese painters are poets and calligraphers. And Joshua says, hi everyone, just using this as a podcast if it is fine with Markowsky. Yes. You mean you're just listening today? Is that my understanding, Josh? I just like how he explains art technical details and would be useful in this class. And Deborah says, Michael, did he do these in oil or did he do them in watercolor? I think he did them in watercolor. That's pretty standard. I don't think he would have used oil paint. Oil paint would have been a bit of a... I'm just going to get these sides. Oil paint would have been maybe a bit of an unusual, or different material. It's definitely a Western tool. And almost like, and it was used, we're going to look at a few Chinese painters who did use oil paint, so it's not like none of them ever did it. But just in terms of, as I said, Qi Baishi was a traditional artist using traditional methods, so I'm sure he would have used that same sort of, taken that same sort of approach with materials. Okay. Also, just as I'm kind of working away here, you know, I did some of these pencil lines that extend over top of these borders. I'm gonna paint these edges. I don't really care how sloppy that looks at all, right? I'm just concerned about the just covering the canvas here. Where can I put this to dry? Got so much stuff going on down here. One more here. You could, if you wanted, paint these as with watercolor, if you wanted, or gouache. And you could paint it on paper rather than on canvas board, or canvas, or panel, or whatever you... glass, plexi. I mean, he obviously was using really large pieces of paper to paint on. Like larger than your average movie poster kind of size, right? It's funny, I thought I was going to have a ton of excess paint, this gray paint, and I'm going to have a little bit extra. I could probably do one more canvas, but I thought I'm actually surprised how much of this I've used. Okay. Just go back over this one more time. I was a little bit heavy on that. Yeah, like so. You can see very little left there, so I actually made pretty good use of all of that. Okay. Just doing a quick little cleanup of my palette before I move on here. I'll clean that brush off. Okay. And I'm just going to tidy up my table here as well. I just love having a nice clean space while I'm working. Which might sound surprising to some people who know me, because sometimes, especially like the space behind me is a bit of a disaster, and it's been a disaster for many months, but what's directly in front of me, I want to make sure that's nice and clean. Otherwise, it'll just drive me crazy having all this chaos. I don't mind what's going on behind me, to the sides. This is my focus, right? Okay, I think this was the first one, right? Yeah. So I'm just going to start them in order. I'm going to blow dry it as well. Okay, I'm so excited. This is something I've been wanting to do for a long time, and really walk a little while in someone who I admire greatly's shoes. So I think another thing we want to think about is he's obviously painting from a totally different culture, a totally different tradition. So some of the things that we've done in the past, such as like priming a canvas with a warm, yellow, warm, earthy kind of color to get started, is not really something that was common at all in traditional Asian art, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Vietnamese. They would often paint, like a ink on paper, right? So really the paper itself would be would have whatever kind of color it had, would influence maybe the colors that the artist would use to paint with, right? So what we've done is sort of mimic the color of the paper, right? But they wouldn't be using kind of like paint this all yellow, just as we've done in color things. Another big thing that is very common and in a lot of traditional Asian arts is leaving parts of the paper or canvas exposed, right? Like we can see in this image right here, this is the first one we're going to do. There's, if we added it all up, I would say at least half, maybe 60% of this all three of these here have been left blank, right? And which is almost completely 180 opposite of what artists in in Europe and North America were doing at the exact same time. There was like like in the same way I was talking about, like detail is like at a premium in Western art, and just jamming as much possible, like covering the canvas completely. In Asian art, there's a big premium on leaving these blank, empty spaces, and especially painting in ink and watercolor. You know, from a Western point of view, it seems like, oh, that's kind of lazy. Why didn't they fill all of that in? Why all this empty space? If you've ever painted with watercolor or inks, they are a purely additive process. Acrylic paint can be additive and subtractive, right? We can paint something, we don't like it, we just paint right over it and it disappears. Or we could scrape it off or wipe it off if it's still not dry, right? When you're painting ink or watercolor on paper, you put a mark down, it is there permanently, and now you have to deal with it. And I've always thought of this particular type of painting as very performative, in the same way that, like, if you're a musician and you get up on stage and there's 1,000 people watching, you know, sometimes musicians make a mistake. I was just watching, on a total digression, Patti Smith do the induction into the give the Nobel Prize induction to Bob Dylan, and she made a few mistakes there, which is actually thought was like really humbling and really generous, because she stopped and started all over again. And for a woman of like her esteem to do that, I was just like, wow, that's like, it gives everybody else permission to stop and start again. Anyway, totally outside of the topic, but it is like a performance in that, like, once it's started and the ball is rolling, there's sort of like no going back. And I'm going to really try to embrace that approach as we paint. The painting is, rather than kind of painting and then wiping things away and test, it's just like, we're going to just paint and we'll do our best. And if a mark goes in the wrong place, then maybe we're going to build around where that mark went, right? You know, heaven forbid I drop my paintbrush onto the canvas, we would just kind of make it work. And there are a few artists, we're not going to talk about them as over the next short little while, but there's a couple of Chinese artists that make a big deal out of staining the canvas, like making big abstract stains, and then using those to create images from them, and kind of like, oh, that looks kind of like a tree, and maybe this will be a pond where there's going to be some fish, right? So, and again, very different approach. I mean, you could see that same sort of thinking in like abstract painting, like Jackson Pollock and Rothko and stuff later on, but and they were influenced by Asian art. Okay, let's just paint, Michael. So the first thing I want to do, let's get some more paint onto the canvas, or onto my palette here. It's cool red. Another thing that I think a lot about, what I think is so neat about exploring art from different cultures, is it's a good reminder that there is basically infinite ways of doing things. You know, we start to kind of think to ourselves, oh, okay, that's the way to paint. I've figured it out. I've figured out how to paint. The one way to paint properly. I've solved it. I've figured it out. What else should I do with my life? I am going to take up rock climbing and figure out the one way to properly rock climb. And when we really look at all these different artists, what I think is so exciting is it gives me permission to sort of do whatever I want to do. Because there is guaranteed somebody out there that has done at least some type of version of what I want to do. As bizarre or weird, whatever bizarre ideas or techniques or anything I want to do, there's at least somebody, or I could Frankenstein 2 or 3 people together to do what I want to do. And that is like actually very liberating. Some people are like, oh, everything's been done, right? Actually, that is great, because it's like, okay, well, if everything has been done, then I don't have to worry about being the first person and being laughed out of the room, right? I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I can stand on the shoulders of all these other giants, and they are going to support me because they've been there and done it. They've paid the initial price that usually comes from, doing something that hasn't been done before. Okay, so let's look at this. I'm going to get actually a bunch of my paint brushes out. I'm going to basically need mostly smaller brushes. A few kind of these guys. Some of these they didn't do a good job cleaning them. Yeah, Michael, what have you been doing? Right, and it looks like I left that. What did I do last week? How did I abuse these poor brushes? Okay. I like having all these set up in that way. When the inspiration hits, I am ready to rock. So I think I'm just gonna go kind of left to right on this painting. I'm just going to work my way from the top down here, just because I'm right-handed. I mean, if I was left-handed, I probably would be doing a lot more painting up here and working my way down to this area, so that I don't have to worry about my hand dragging over top of wet paint. So with that in mind, I'm going to mix those mountains in the top left corner. So I could probably use this same color, this gray. Maybe I'll make it a little bit darker. I'm going to steal some of the blue. Now, this might be a little bit on the darker end of things, or more opaque end of things, so I could put a little bit of glazing medium. You could do this with slow dry medium if you wanted as well, just to kind of make it a little bit more transparent. And this way, it will also kind of look maybe a little bit more watercolor-like, right? So I don't worry about going outside of these edges either, because again, we're going to paint all of that out. Okay. And now we've got this piece of architecture there. I think I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna take a little bit more blue. I'm gonna take a bit of the warm blue as well. That was a little too much. A little heavy-handed on that, but maybe I'm just going to zoom in here. And let me just focus this. I'm just going to go back and just grab a little bit more cool color. I'm going to do all these little tiny circles, although I'm actually going to switch brushes here. I'm going to get something a little bit smaller. A very small point. And, you know, some of this is kind of faded a bit as I was painting, or, you know, it's kind of hidden underneath all these layers, or that layer of gray paint. I don't think it's critical that you get them all exactly in the right order. Here, just move. I mean, I was really strongly considering not making a outline for today's paintings at all, and just eyeballing everything today, because that would actually seem much more in the spirit of Qi Baishi, but I also want to keep this as accessible to as many people as possible, so having a little cheat sheet, I guess, if you want to call it that, I think makes it easier for people who may be a little bit less confident with their drawing ability. Like, it's interesting to think about this difference in scale. Like, these marks that I'm painting right now are probably at least the size of my thumb, you know, in real life on the actual original canvas. So which would make this a very different experience to see this painting or paintings up close, right? Versus seeing it, you know, as a relatively small form here. These are a little bit on the darker side of things. I guess they could be a little bit more gray. See lots of comments there in the chat. As soon as I can move my head up, I'll take a little bit of a closer gander here. So as I said, some of these were I felt maybe a little bit too dark. Maybe should have been a little more on the grayish blue side of things. So that's why I've changed a little bit. But I think I'll go back over and do some of them a little bit more blue. And mean, I love doing little things like this. It's not as really exciting on camera to see a bunch of little dots appearing, but for me this is like, I find this super relaxing. It's like very calming to just be doing little tiny things, one little thing at a time. Okay. So I'm just going to go and take a little bit of this blue that I was using up here and just bring it back down into some of these ones here. Maybe make just a few of them a little bit darker. You could see where the water kind of and the pigment kind of built up in a few places, right? And made a few edges a little bit darker. So I'm just kind of faking that out a bit. Okay. And then there's all the little vertical lines. I'm just going to do the same thing. I don't know if I'm going to put them on every single one of them, and I don't think he did either. One of the reasons I want to do this particular episode of this artist, and really all of them, is, I use the library, the Vancouver Public Library, all the time. I'm there almost every day. And I'm often putting books on hold and going and picking them up. And I could not find any books on this artist whatsoever. Not even like mentions of in other books, which is just like super surprising. It'd be like as if you went to the library and tried to look up Pablo Picasso and you couldn't find any books on Pablo Picasso in China, right? You'd be like, what? How is that possible? You guys don't know who Pablo Picasso is? And maybe that'll change as Chinese art and becomes more, as collectors are buying more of it and it gets more exhibited around the world. I'm sure that will change, and maybe a few years from now people will be like, what? Are you kidding me? There's a whole section on him at the library. Like, well, I'm glad there is now, but okay. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of the warm red. It's going to steal a bit of, actually, I was going to need a bit more. Going to take a bit of the glazing fluid with some warm red. Again, this is just to make it a little bit more transparent, a little bit more water-like. It's maybe almost a little bit too transparent. That's okay. You'll see that when I'm doing this kind of thing, I like to kind of move around rather than just act like a computer printer and just do one area at a time. That way, it also, especially if I'm switching and mixing different colors, those colors are getting spread all over the place. So some of these little red dots might be darker than others. All right, so that was my initial one. Now I'm going to take just some pure red and come back and go over. So now that just gives a little bit more variety. Now we've got some that are much brighter, some that are very subtle. And there's also a few that don't have any of the little tops to them, so I'm just going to do a few. Okay. So I'm going to come back up here. I'm going to do this little bridge. So again, I'm going to take some of the glazing fluid. You could do this with slow dry medium. I'm going to take a bit of black. It's probably too much. So I'm just going to wipe a bit of that off. Take my medium here. You could do this as like a dry brush technique as well. Okay, now I'm just going to take the darker one here. Okay. And then let's come back down here. So to get some of these nice sharp lines, I get my paint on here and then often roll it, or like rolling it kind of helps give you a nice sharp point. Another thing I'll sometimes do is just sort of flatten it, and that way I can get like a flat line. Because I'm painting very small, right? So this kind of dry brush quality that I've got going here, that's also a big feature of a lot of different Asian arts, is this really this embrace of the dry brush. something we don't really see in Western art. I mean, really until I mean, Van Gogh was a big fan. There were a number of like Impressionist artists who were big fans of Japanese artists like Hokusai and Hiroshige, but they didn't really use dry brush very often. So I mean, I'd argue that really we didn't see dry brush as a feature of Western art until maybe the 1950s with abstract expressionism in the United States, maybe. Oops, I kind of goofed on that, didn't I? Probably get much better at doing these after painting 4 of them. I'm also not going to be too... I didn't bother transferring all the details of these buildings anyway, because I knew painting this small, I was probably not going to... I was going to omit a bunch of details. Okay. I'm probably going to go over all of these buildings with a light, like darker glaze. Okay. Let's get some of these pilings from underneath here. Okay. Very cool. Okay, so there's one done. Again, there's also his stamps, personal stamps that he put on all these images. Obviously, doing any of those little details in the corners is just, you know, would be ridiculous. It would just take way, way too much time. So let's move. Up. Well, let me see. Let's zoom out. Okay, let's think about what we want to do next. I think I'll probably put a white border around things. I think that's going to look really nice when we get closer to being done. Deborah says, I also want to do one of his horse paintings. Yes, so he did lots of animals, which is, and lots of animals towards the end of his life. He really focused on very small animals, like little bugs, snakes, small birds, like little vegetables and fruits, like one little tiny cherry or an apple, one mosquito. I kind of like, so it's really interesting on these relatively large canvases, or not canvases, but pieces of paper. So you could imagine like something this big with just a tiny little bug on it and his signature on it, which, again, for some people in the West, especially, 100 years ago, would see that as like, would be kind of shocking almost. It wasn't particularly, radical in terms of Chinese art, even traditional Chinese art. But in the West, devoting an entire canvas to just like a small amount of marks in the corner was like, would have just been seen as a terrible waste of space, right? I don't know. I just think those things are just so interesting. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I love traveling. And hopefully we'll be able to travel again one of these days. But going and seeing different cultures and how different cultures organize themselves and their systems of government and I mean everything, the ways of speaking, of eating. I just think that just makes the world so rich. Like, it wasn't really until I was, the first few times I traveled on my own or with a friend, in college, and it was just like, whoa, the way it is back home isn't the only way to do everything. Huh. There's alternatives. There's whole billions of people on the planet who are like, yeah, I don't agree with that way of doing things. Let's do it this way. And it's just like a mind explosion because, you grow up and you're like, this is the way, this happens. This is the way education happens. This is the way sports are done. This is the way, clothing is worn. This is the way gender roles are performed. This is, like, boys can do this, girls can do this, only those things. And then you go out and you see the world and you see people just have very, very different ways of approaching all of those things. And it's just, anyway, that's why I love doing this kind of thing. Okay, so let's continue on this. Okay, so what should we paint next? I think what I'll... let me think. I'm going to do this area up top here first. And I'm going to take a gray. Maybe give it a bit of glazing fluid just to make it a bit more transparent. And just going to paint it all. Pretty subtle. Remember, with like a glaze, if it's too light, let it dry in 10 seconds and then you can do another layer and it gets nice and dark the way that you wanted it to be, right? Okay. So I think I'm okay with that. So I'm just going to zoom in. Okay, and this time I think I'm going to start with those black lines, and then I'm going to work my way back towards some color in a minute. So I'm not sure how well it shows up on camera, but you know, some of these lines look pretty simple and maybe a little bit blurry, and definitely a bit, I can see the texture of my canvas coming through, all of which I think are fantastic. Right? It's not about perfectionism. You know, I don't think that's really a consideration when we're painting something like this. It's really about trying to get the spirit and the feeling and the to come across here. I know it's I don't know if anyone's ever heard of the term wabi-sabi. I know it's Japanese and not Chinese, but I think about that all the time. It's far be it for me to try to define it properly, but there's whole documentaries online, one of which you can watch on YouTube. I think it's just called Wabi Sabi. And it's the whole idea, the embrace of imperfection. Something that I think a lot of people could do with more of, because we, you know, our contemporary, at least in the West, this obsession with everything being perfect, new and clean and shiny and pre-packaged, and versus there's a very different, not that people in Asia don't obviously appreciate those same qualities as well in certain things, but there is, I think, a much greater appreciation for the unexpected or uncontrollable, the chaos of life, and right, even just like a brushstroke like that, I'm just gonna leave it. I don't need to go and tinker with it, fix it, and alright, I can just apply it and move forward. Alright, that one's a kind of a chunky tree, but you know, sometimes there are some very chunky trees out there. Not every tree you paint has to be on some sort of fitness regimen. Okay. Let me see. Is there anything down here we need to pay attention to? I think what I'm going to do now, I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm going to paint this kind of brown over top of it. So I'm just going to do that real quick. just going to clean this brush off. Okay, so let's mix some colors here. One second here. Okay, I'm just going to put this on the screen here because I'm not sure if Heidi says there are Chinese and English books on him. I don't know if you meant the public library, but here I enter this Master of Art into the Vancouver Public Library. Here we've got 4 books, none of which are in English here. So obviously there's probably just, let's say, a conservative estimate, maybe 50,000 books, individual books, of which there's probably millions and millions of copies in total on him that have been published in China that are Chinese. And I'm sure if I went to Amazon right now, there's probably dozens of books in English, but I just thought it's fascinating to me that you search the Vancouver Public Library, the largest library in Western Canada, and there's not a single book in English on him. So I don't know if that's what you were talking about, Heidi, but unless maybe you have access to a different library than I do. Okay, so I'm going to paint this kind of warm brown. Let me just zoom out a bit. So to do that, let's just get a slightly bigger brush here. Basically going to mix the same color we did earlier. And that's kind of dark, right? If it's too dark, then let's just take maybe a bit more yellow. And a bit more, that's probably a little too much red. Okay, I like that. Okay. And I'm going to just put that to the side. I'm going to get a little bit of my glazing fluid. I'm just going to put it a little bit to the side there. Get that on my brush. Okay. And then so I'm not concerned about stuff going down in this like gutter, if you want to think of it as like in bowling terms. Gosh, that's something I haven't done in ages. Bowling, hey? Because I'm going to paint over all of that area anyway, but If I want to do all the texture inside these brush strokes, I can just wait for this to dry, and then I can do another little bit of another layer over top afterwards. And I'm also not... It doesn't bother me if these marks are like... if it's not all consistent, you know, like that some parts might be darker and lighter than others. It doesn't bother me one bit. So let's just look down here. In fact, what's interesting, you can see how it's bleeding into the paper. Now, we're not going to try to simulate all these different types of effects, but I just think that's very interesting. It's cool to see. This would be really neat works to see up close. You can believe how long it took me to find relatively high resolution images of this particular painting, considering it's even just how famous it is now. Not easy to find. Okay. So now I'm just going to kind of go back in here, just taking maybe a little bit more on here, a little bit of glazing fluid, but getting a bit darker. And then I can just take this, just add a bit more variety perhaps. Actually, you know what I'm going to blow dry all this first before so I'm just going to end up pulling paint off here. Okay, maybe getting a little bit more of the juicy red. Okay. And let me see. Do I want to do... I'm going to take a bit of this gray from before, because there's a bit of it under here. And you know what? I think I took some of this gray. I'm going to just take some of the same gray and just kind of plod along here. And do some of this. It's interesting sort of working on a bunch of different paintings at the same time like this, and how the approach might change a little bit. Because generally I would work on the whole canvas at the same time, and so far I've just been working in kind of little segments here. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry all of that. Let me just... I just don't want any little ridges, especially in these as a gutter areas, as I've called them. Because that'll show up when I paint my white borders later on. Okay, I'll blow dry that. Okay, so I'm going to kind of go back in here and just go back over some of these black lines. The reason why I painted these black lines and then painted a bit over top of them is because if I started doing too much, I might, like, let's say if I painted all of this first, I might not be able to know where this brown or these trees would go anyway, right? So I kind of I painted them in there, and I can use them as guides, and then I can come back and do the finer details like all these little branches, etc. So let's, speaking of which, let's, oops, I want this here. Oh, and I forgot these just before I move on here. Okay. So I'm not going to bother trying to replicate exactly how he drew branches here, because that's just going to take me forever. And if I still plan on doing the other 4 paintings here, I'll be here all night long. So I'm just going to quickly put these in. I'm going to put the colors over top of it. Once I get the branches painted in. And if you goof on some of these branches, just paint some of the colors of the leaves on over top of them afterwards, and no one will know. So that's where these branches kind of spread out a little bit. I can get a little bit more detail in here, a little bit more. But you could certainly, you can keep on doing this all over. As I look here, I can see like how he's really, these aren't just kind of sloppy brush strokes like the way that I'm applying them. He's kind of thought about giving each one of these trees a little bit of different personality and putting the branches in different places and going in different directions. And I think the point is to you want to build up this density of lines, and that there just appears to be going all sorts of different directions, and to give the look of a tree with plenty of branches, right? These are big, healthy trees. Okay. Maybe while this is drying, I'm just going to move on over here. And I've got a little bit of glazing fluid here. Let's bring this down here. A little bit of glazing fluid with my black, and I just sort of mix in a little bit when my brush is starting to feel a little bit tacky. It's starting to dry up a bit. It does mean that the paint gets a little bit diluted, but it's not such a problem. So especially in this particular way of painting and working here. So you can see this shape, this mountain form, I assume it is some kind of rocks and mountain form, is built almost entirely in small brush strokes. You could paint it much faster with just a large brush, but If I was going to spend more time on this, I would certainly, I would do this in a few different, like I would do a lighter version of this, right, to try to build up more density here, more slowly and more carefully, but and depending on how far I get here, I could go back and I could do that. In fact, maybe I'm just going to put a lot more glazing fluid. I want to get a bit more of a transparent look as I go down here. All right, so I have less intense black. Okay. Maybe I'll come back and put a little bit of darker color back into this area here. Okay, keep on trucking. So, I'm just going to build these houses here first. Okay. Just put a little bit more glazing fluid right there and scoop some of this black out. You know, often we would be using, or in the past I've used slow dry medium to do some of this. But glazing fluid basically does the same thing, it just dries a little bit faster. So you can use it as a medium to kind of thin the paint, make it a little bit more fluid, and increase the brushability of the paint. Okay. Come in here and just fill this up, or mostly. I'm going to do a few more transparent areas, or not transparent, but just not quite as dense. Okay, I'm just going to take some of this slow dry medium, go off to the side here, really thin things out a bit. I think I'll do even more of that. Okay. Oh, is that a little dark, isn't it? Not too bad. I kind of want it to be a little bit lighter. It's gonna, while I've got this on my brush, I'm just gonna just this ever so slight darker glaze, and he goes a little bit outside of the lines a few times here, so I'm going to do the same, just a little bit outside the lines. And if I want it darker, I can always make it darker. Just taking my time. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to make these trees down here just a little bit longer. Okay, so let's zoom back out. I think I'm just going to do the little flowers on there, or leaves, sorry. we're pretty close. Pretty close. I mean, it is kind of interesting trying to do a watercolor on paper painting, but instead do it with acrylic paint on a canvas board, right? Different approach entirely. But you can see we can kind of fake it out. We can simulate a little bit of the same sort of effects pretty well. Like I'm just going to go over a few places with some glaze, really light glaze. Right, like I'm just in here. And I can just take this and darken anything that just felt like it needs a bit more. Do the same sort of thing just up here. Oops. Got a little black on in this glazing fluid, so let's just... Whoa. Tempted to want to wipe that off, but I said that I was going to try to just move forward and embrace things as they are today, so. I see Ace in the chat just posted, I am using watercolor on watercolor paper. It is much easier. Ha ha ha. Thanks, Michael. Oh, I'm sure it's much easier. For sure, for sure. And, you know, it would be kind of fun to do that. Obviously, I'm trying to continue with just painting with acrylic but I think watercolor is by far the hardest medium to master, and the artists that have done it really deserve all of the accolades that they have received over the centuries. It's the least forgiving of any art medium. Okay. So I'm going to mix this brown again for the leaves, and then I can modify it by adding a little bit more yellow and a little bit more red as we go here. So I'll take a bit of red and a bit of yellow, both warm ones, and a little bit of brown. I'll mix this in. Okay. Obviously far less brown than I had put in there previously, because I don't want it to go that brown. So if I put more blue in there, it will go this brown. I don't want it to be there. I just want it to be a little bit less. If I just took this color right out of the palette, it's going to go... I'm going to make more of it. Didn't make enough. It's going to go just fire engine red, and putting a bit of blue in there takes a bit of the bite out of that color. Whoops, see, that was too much. But as I paint it, I can add more red. Okay, let's zoom right on in here. Oh, and I forgot about these up here. need some glazing fluid there just to make this a little bit more transparent. It's a bit on the reddish side, that area I just painted, but that's okay. Yikes. Amateur move, so I just put my hand right down there on the canvas. So these are a little bit more subdued colors at the moment. I'm putting these in first, and then I'm going to put some brighter ones to make it pop. Okay. Coming in here kind of warm yellow. And then lastly, I'm going to take just a little bit of the regular red, mix it in here. Okay, and then there was, I forgot those little branches that were up in here. Actually, I could blow dry that because it's all still too wet. Okay. Okay, I think that's That's good right now. I think what I'm going to do, rather than just move right on to the next one, and we'll see, depending on how this goes, I may not have time right now to do all of them. I might do a little part 2 later this evening and just come in downstairs and paint for a while after everyone's gone to sleep. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the white borders. And there's a few ways that we can do that. We could just hand paint them, or we could tape it all off and then apply it that way. I think I'm going to use tape just so I can demonstrate how to do that for anyone who's never seen me do it, even though I've done it a number of times in different episodes. But that way we can get a really nice clean edge. So I'm going to blow dry this, make sure it's really, really nice and dry, and then I'm going to start putting some tape. I'm going to put tape over top of the areas I've just been painting. So that's why I want to make sure it's really, really, really dry. In fact, I might even blow dry this, let it sit while I might start another one and just get that ball rolling, and then I'll come back and finish the taping and then paint. Just so, because you don't really want to rush that process. If I put paint over top of areas that might still have wet paint on it, well, obviously I could pull that paint off. It'll just stick to the bottom of the paint and maybe not even create that good of a seal because it's still wet. But also, if it's really, really not fully wet, then I can also peel, like, literally like it might come off like a scab, you know, like I might peel. If you've ever had paint peel on your walls, that would be one of the reasons. It's not fully set. Gail says, gotta go. Thanks, Michael. Thank you, Gail, for tuning in and watching us. Okay, so, gosh, it's still a little wet. Okay, so as I said, I'll tape that in about 10 minutes. I'll do that. Just the more it dries, the better. So, while that's happening, I'm just going to jump on over to number 2 here. And we'll just start painting away. Okay, so some of this I can do right now with, I should be able to use pretty much all the same colors I have. We've mixed, and so let's do some of this. That's brush has still got a lot of red on it, so I'm gonna do some of this gray. I guess this is a glaze I'm doing. Technically it's a glaze, although I'm using it in kind of a different way, obviously. But kind of painting it like as if it was watercolors. One of the nice things about watercolors is the way that it can pool and bleed into other colors, which is very hard to do with acrylics unless your acrylics are also very wet, and even then the canvas will absorb the paint in a much different way than acrylics will. So it almost looks like a very subtle bit of darkness down here. I'm going to paint all over that again. I think I'm going to carry on with this light gray while I still have it. Anything else? Maybe up here, same sort of thing. Gray down here, I think. Very subtle. That could just be the way it was photographed, but that's what I see, so if you don't see it, don't paint it. Okay. Now I'm just going to go for the darker stuff. I'm just going to go in and get a bit of more black on my brush. Okay. So I'll paint those darker in a moment when it dries a little bit more. I'm going to go to the center area here, and I'm going to get some of the basically the same color we used a little bit before. So I took some of the cool blue and a little bit of warm blue. So this is much more my style, kind of painting a little bit faster like this and larger. I guess I could have done the other one like that, but you know, sometimes, honestly, I feel that like it takes me a while to like really hit my stride when it comes to painting. It sometimes takes me like a good hour or more to really warm up. That's often why when I'm painting, I will start painting on something that's a bit of like a throwaway canvas and slowly build up to painting onto something that is important to me. Even if I've been painting the day before every day for months and months, it's just like a musician, you know, doesn't just wander out onto the stage on the day of the big performance. They warm up and you know, artists are no different. It takes a little bit of time to get up to speed, to get all your muscles working. And so obviously this is going to get darker here. You know what, I'm going to put some of this down here too. Okay. Deborah or Irene says, "Me too. Good night, everyone." Deborah says, "Good night, Gail and Irene. I have to go as well. Everyone have a great evening and see you Thursday." So good night. Good night, Gail, Irene, and Deborah. Thank you so much for joining. Okay. So let's see. Is this thing ready? Oh, it's still a little wet in there. I must have put a lot of glazing fluid in some of those paints, that even after blow drying it, it's still a little sticky. So I gotta wait for that to dry before I put the tape on. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a mess. And you know, it's a good excuse to have a little sip of tea and to keep on going ahead here. Okay, so I'm gonna put this one aside. I'm just going to keep on moving to different canvases here. Now remember, all of these paintings that I'm showing on the screen right here, you can download the original painting as well. So if you're like, "Oh no, you took the painting away before I was finished with it," don't worry, it's there in the Dropbox. Go and download it. You can put it up on your computer screen. You could print it out if you like. Whatever you find easiest, right? bit of this blue. I could do this blue afterwards. It might have made even more sense to do that afterwards, but okay. We have this, I guess, you know, I'm going to try to do the same brown while we're right here. Since I've got this kind of mixed already. Well, I'm going to make a little bit more of it. So warm red, warm yellow, and a little bit of blue. Oh. Let's get a bit more yellow in here. Great. So got a nice color. We just need to thin it out a bit. In fact, I'm just going to go to a different brush. And don't worry about, you know, painting in the lines and making sure everything, you know, if you go over top of the lines and you paint over the door or roof of a building here, I wouldn't worry about it in the least. So it's a little trickier because we got some of these tree stumps, or not stumps, tree. Why do I have we're having a brain fart here? Tree. Just the tree things. Oh my goodness. Tree trunks. I don't know why I can't think of the name for the bottom. Anyway, I'm sure it'll come to me. So they are kind of, there's white though that we're gonna paint black outlines on there. Just gonna paint around them a little bit. Let's do the same over here. Okay, anything else with this color? Well, I got it on my brush. I look around. I don't think so. So I'm going to now paint. I'm going to paint a magenta, slightly more pinkish color up here. So I'm just going to get this magenta on my brush, stir it up a bit, some glazing fluid. I'm going to take a bit of the warm red as well, just so it's not quite so intense. And I don't know, that's still really bright, so it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. So we can take a bit of that, get it on our brush, and go over here. It's a little on the pinkish side, isn't it? So. Okay, I can wait for that to dry and put a little bit more red on that as well. While that's happening, I'm going to just paint some of the black in. So just stirring some of this black up, get some medium in it, just to thin it out a little bit. Some of this nice dry brush stuff happening here. That's great. I love that. So while my brush is running out of paint, I can use it to do some dry brushing. And you get this particular kind of a look. All right. Now, I've been kind of faking it out by adding glazing fluid to it, but lots of different ways to do this. Obviously, it creates a different look. this in the reverse way. Put this dark glaze on these buildings. This could be a bad idea. I'm not sure. We'll see when we get there. Don't see how, but you never know until you do it. And then afterwards you go, oh, okay, that's why I don't do it that way. Okay, so I'll set this one to dry. Is this dry yet? I can't believe some of this is still... Okay. I guess I'm going to just plow forward here and just keep on waiting for that thing to dry. Okay. So, what were we just doing? Oh, the gray. So I'll just keep this while I got gray on my brush. And let's just tackle all of... Just going to cover all of this with this light gray. While you're doing this, might be a fun time just to kind of move back up your brush towards the very end of it, rather than holding it like a pencil. This might be a fun time just to see what that experience is like holding your paintbrush further away, which is a much more kind of, would be, you know, when you're doing a calligraphy, you would be more likely to hold your, especially if you're doing large pieces as he would have done. If you see photos of him, he's also holding his brush quite high up on the tool there. Okay, let's come down here. Okay. These little rooftops, I'm going to glaze those real quick. Okay. Next, while the brown that I painted earlier is still a little bit wet, I can use this. Just going to get a little more glazing fluid in there. Okay. And there. Just going to add maybe a little bit more fluid, just dilute it a bit, so that I can come up here and it won't be quite as dark and strong. Okay. Oops, I saw this area over here needs some brown. Just going to put a bit of brown in here a bit, just to give things just a little bit more love and texture in the dark. It's almost like he's got a bit in here too. And there's a bit in here. Just looking for that color everywhere we go. Okay, now let's do the blue. So painting this like fairly transparent layers first. We'll darken it down afterwards. I see a bit down here too. Wherever you see it, put it there. Once we start outlining all of these things with some other colors, it's going to just start popping. But you have to kind of be patient and let it build up slowly. Let's put a little bit of, take the same color, whoops, and let's get a little bit of yellow, cool yellow on it. And like, wow, look at this. We got this gorgeous, bright green, but way too bright. So let's put some glazing fluid. I'm going to take my brush that I just mixed that color with. I'm just going to wipe it off. And then go in here and just steal some of that color. Okay, I like that. I'm going to put a bit of it up here as well, just very subtle. Okay, I'm going to paint it in where these trees are. Even though it's going to go darker, I like this color a lot as a foundational color, so. Just adds a nice little, we haven't really used much yellow in this painting at all, right? So get a bit of that in there. I mean, right now this reminds me a lot of a watercolor painting, absolutely. This painting's almost done, but while I've got this color in my brush, okay. So I'm just going to do a quick little blow dry and a bunch of things here. This painting is still wet. I can see it because it's still very shiny. When I touch it, it's like tacky. So I'm just going to go back to the paintings that I started earlier. Just going to keep on painting on them until these paintings start drying. That one's pretty close to being done anyway, so. Okay. So this one, let's get a little bit more darker blue now. I need a bit more of the warm blue in there. And there's too much paint, so let's take some of it off. It's interesting. It appears slightly different than the way that on camera than it looks to my own eyes here, but like as it's drying, like it seems to be going on very bright. I think it's just the reflection of the lights of the cameras here. And then as it dries, it's gonna tone down a bit. Be quite so loud. Okay. It's number 2. We just have like a little assembly line going on over here. Let's go to number 3. So painting this, like what I'm also building up the darker, more intense colors closer to the front of the picture, towards the foreground, to the picture plane. Okay, we're gonna. Do I need any more blue elsewhere? Good with the blue. Let's just wash this brush. I'm gonna go in here, put a little bit of a warmer red glaze on top. Oops, I just did the opposite. I took the cold red. Let's want the warm red. like, think about glazing and how, you know, we've been looking at some of the Western artists, like getting a real smooth glaze appears to be very desirable to them. Versus, look at Qi Baishi. He clearly is not concerned with like brush strokes and seeing letting the paint build up in places. I think that's really cool. Okay. Back here to number 4. Okay, let's darken this up here. Do a little bit more there. Okay. I'm going to take a small brush and go right in here. Okay. I think I've got, if I look at all these, I think I got most of the color that I need for all of these paintings established. I might need to darken some of the things as well. But, let me see. Is this dry yet? Are you kidding me? Very reluctant to start taping onto these canvases until they're really fully dry. So I'm just going to keep on going then. Let's go back to number 2. In fact, I'm just going to take a second to clean a bunch of brushes. I keep putting more and more brushes into my water, and Got to make sure. I think I must have been cleaning brushes and just set them aside and put them right back in the cup at the end of the session. Usually I set them aside, clean them all at the end of the night. Okay. So, I'm going to come in here. Some black. I need more black, actually. So when I'm putting this black down, I'm trying to kind of keep some of this gray that was underneath there. Lori says in the chat, I've heard golden glaze has slow dry in it as well. This is making me think it's true. Well, it does. I mean, but it shouldn't have that much. You know, increases translucency and working time for blending. I guess I've just been putting a huge, like 5-to-1 glaze, so it's just really slowing the drying time down more than I normally do. So okay, switching to a smaller brush now, painting. I'm going to paint mostly black lines for probably the next hour or so here. Okay, so I'm just going to put some, dilute these black lines a bit so they're not quite so strong, because that's what's going on over here. So this must be like some sort of fog that is descending over the water and obscuring a lot of things. There's a bit of brown in this. I might just do a slightly separate brown glaze over some of this afterwards. that to dry. Let's come on over here. Zoom out just a bit there. Always checking my wrist if I'm laying my hand down on the canvas. It's always when you're right next to the very end of the paintings. You know, on this stage where you start making those goofy mistakes, you're not thinking straight, and the painting will punish you. Like it just did, right? I mean, are you kidding me? Okay, let's just see if I can clean any of this up. I might go back and do a little bit more blue in a little wash inside there, but that's okay for right now. Okay. Not sure what this shape is down here. It's some kind of building, I guess. Okay, so the next step, we'll paint these big big trees here. And again, I'm not concerned about any of this dry brush. I'm not going to go back on my brush strokes to make them darker. It's a big part of Chinese art, is just sort of just letting it be. Okay. So I'm going to do the leaves that are in the background first. So I'm just going to dilute my black to get a really light gray. Same sort of thing down here. I'll wait for all that to dry. And then we'll come over here. Just keep on plugging along. So I'm painting these with obviously quite lightly. And I'm also just pretty much ignoring the way they were painted originally, because I can barely see any of that there, so I'm just going and doing my own thing. I'll paint those darker in a moment, but I'm just going to get to paint these buildings. This is interesting. Slightly different buildings than anywhere else in this composition. I love that. Something a little bit different. Just going to darken a few of these stumps. Okay. See, I'm just sort of leaving a little bit of a halo around. I just want to, being a little cheeky, trying to simulate a bit of a watercolor effect of it kind of bleeding into the paper a bit. Do that red next. Doing that as a dry brush. Okay. Let me see, I'm just going to do this. Glaze over top of. Okay. I remember I said I was going to do a little bit of brown over these here, so. Just giving these lines an extra little bit of love in a slightly different color. Okay, and then I'm going to come back with just a bit of black. Okay. Okay. That one's pretty close to being done here. Let's just keep on moving forward. A little assembly line. I want to get that effect of like the water, you know, the pooling and then drying in there. If you got that, you know, your paintbrush is kind of clogging up like that, just wipe all that excess stuff out of the way. Clean your brush every once in a while, and you won't have quite so much of a problem. Oops. My goodness. I could have just picked a much simpler painting, couldn't I? But I think when this is all done, it's going to be really cool. So always just have to keep that in mind. You know, it's takes a bit of patience, but all that patience eventually pays off. Okay, so again, nice different trees here. So if I was going to take a little more time, I would probably do a bunch of these and it's a little bit lighter grays. I know some of this here is stuff that I'm kind of just stretching things down a little bit to the bottom of the canvas. Oh, I see Heidi's signing off. Gotta go, Michael. Your paintings are looking better and better. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Heidi. Okay. Let's get all these little branches here. We need kind of a pointier brush. Okay, let's come down to the bottom down here. Okay, so we got a bunch of these, a lot of waves to do here. This is going to take us a few minutes. So I'm just mixing up a batch of I took some black and then some glazing fluid, and this is maybe more like 1-to-1 fluid, so far less than I've put in previously. This just is really going to help make my life a little bit easier. The paint will be a little much thinner. See how I'm not concerned about some of this areas where it gets a little bit patchy? Oops, I'm just going right over that border all the way up to the other painting here. So I'll have to be mindful of that. Then as we get a little closer down to the bottom, these bumps, waves can get a little bigger. Okay. Let's keep on trucking. Like basically, we're on our third painting, and each of these are now pretty close to being done. So it's now just adding the black lines. Really, is where is kind of these finishing touches here. So still plenty of work to do the borders, but So hopefully my audio is far more superior than it's been for the past few weeks, since my microphone's broke and I had to just use the raw audio from the camera. Let me know what you think. Okay. This is one of those paintings that I think, or all 4 of these, or 12 of them, depending on how you want to think of it, that I think, well, once we put those white borders on it, it's just going to be just shocking how cool it looks. Can't say 100%, but just in my experience, just doing this kind of thing. And usually a border is like this is basically a frame, right? We're just going to paint a frame on it. And frames all of a sudden just help isolate things. It cleans it up. It makes things look more purposeful, intentional. Okay. Got these kind of branches in here that we're going to paint around. Laurie says the sound is really good tonight. Oh, great. Thank you, Laurie, for the feedback. That's awesome. It's really helpful to know. Oh, I like this twisting tree here. I mean, he's kind of really cataloging all these different parts of China and different landscapes, different types of trees and buildings. I think it's really quite fascinating. And obviously using a very simplified style to try to communicate so much. Okay. All these little dots. I wonder if I want to paint some of these white back in top there. I might, just to kind of clarify it a bit. I'm just going to take a little bit of glazing fluid and just lighten up my black lines a bit. Okay, and I will just take a tiny bit of white paint and I'm just going to take this white paint, go back over. Have to wait for that to dry and then probably do another layer of it. Probably was kind of unnecessary, wasn't it? Let's just go back. Yeah, I just need to let that dry. Okie dokie. And then our final one here. Oops, I forget there's a microphone there now. It's been a while since I've had a lav mic plugged in to me. Okay, where should we go? Let's zoom in. Here. Let's get a brown. Okay. Let's scroll down. Okay. Once I get these all going in one direction and I'm happy with that, then I'm going to probably come back, put a few going in the opposite direction just to build them out. Although it does look like maybe there's not a lot. He hasn't put leaves or branches much on the other side, probably because it's like maybe a very windy place, maybe? So let's get a bit of, I'm just going to thin it out, make it a little bit more on the gray side of things. little bridge down here in the bottom. Okay. Alright, nice. As this brush gets nice and dry, I can just kind of drag it down here. I'll be super interested to know which one of these 4, or I guess which one of the 12 paintings you like the most. It's interesting. As the longer I paint, my choices have changed back and forth a number of times. Okay. It's going to darken in some of these areas. Okay, let's continue down. We're rocking and rolling, folks. Like all good things, it's taken some time, but we will get there. I'm also very happy to do this all in one session. I know it's one of the longer ones now, but we are making 4 paintings, or 12 of them. So, you know, for making that many paintings and what will probably be about, 4 or 5 hours by the time I'm done. Not too bad. Worse ways to spend 5 hours of my time than learning from this great artist. So I want to try to keep some little gaps of white that I may even go back in and add some gray into. So we'll have some of this big, thick black, impenetrable black, and then inside of it, little bits of gray, which, you know, is just like how every tree is. You know, it's not... Some places it's really thick, and some places it's thin. Okay. And then on to the final panel here. I guess let's move this up here. It's a nice little dry brush here with my brush that is dry, right? So I just can take that, spread stuff around. Okay. Got a bunch of houses to do now. Lots of little detail work. May also says the audio is great tonight. I can hear you perfectly. Great. Great. Nice to see you as well there, May. We got a little fence this time. And Ace says, I like all the paintings. I'm thankful I don't have to take a bus home after class. I used to take art classes at City Art. Classes ended at 9:30 p.m. Now I'm home. Tell me about it. I used to teach for years up in North Vancouver and did not have a car. And classes would end at 9. And I'd wait for a bus. And you know, at 9 o'clock at night, you're like on the, they've already switched over to the evening schedule where the bus comes every half an hour, and I'd be cleaning up, racing to get out, and then you race out the door and the bus would zip on by. And man, I live in Vancouver, not too far away from City Hall, and the bus ride itself is already about an hour ride, and you miss that bus, and you're like, okay, 45 minutes ride. And sometimes, just like at buses, sometimes they just don't even come. And then you've got more and more people waiting for the bus, and then you wait, and then all of a sudden the bus just zips by, doesn't even stop because it's full. And you're like, oh my goodness, now it's almost 11, and I'm still in the same place. Like, So, for many, many years, I rode the buses. I'm a huge believer in public transit, too, it drives me crazy that many places public transit is just seen as a way for people who can't afford a car to get around, whereas it should be a great alternative to cars. I remember I used to live in Los Angeles for almost 12 years, and I really made a concerted effort to try to use public transit. Everybody else I knew drove around, and I had a car. But I remember there was at one, I don't even know what year this was. Oh gosh, it just makes me feel so old to think about. But there was some kind of oil, like the oil prices rose dramatically over the course of a few months, and to the point where, basically quadrupled the price of gas. So let's say your gas cost $50 to fill your gas tank. All of a sudden it would cost like $250. So of course everyone, or a lot of people, stopped driving, and they were like, okay, well, I guess this is expensive, so you know what, I'm going to try using the bus. I'm going to try taking the train in Los Angeles. And you would have thought the city would have like seen it as a golden opportunity to get people on board, to show them the benefits of public transit, and increase the number of buses so that people would go, hey, you know what? I've been taking transit for the past few months while the gas prices are super high, and man, it was fantastic. I'm never going to drive again, or I'm going to just take the bus to work. But of course not. They didn't made any change. So then you had literally millions of people all of a sudden on the buses, so everything just became a system that is already, quite frankly, not very good. It became so much worse. So all people could think about the whole time they're on the transit is just like, you know what, I cannot wait to get back into my car. And that might have been the only time all those people ever got on a bus, and they blew it. So I was really bummed about that. That was a big missed opportunity. I think if more politicians actually rode public transit to work every day, they would have a totally different understanding of what it's like. There's nothing more defeating than waiting for a bus and the bus just drives right by your stop. Ugh, it just feels like that is like man's inhumanity to man kind of thing. Like the cruelty of it, especially sometimes like when it's really cold and bus drivers do that. You know, it's just because I grew up in Calgary where it was cold and you missed your bus and you couldn't stand in the same place for another 45 minutes or whatever for the bus to finally arrive. You'd freeze, so you end up walking in the snow and slipping, and then there's this tiny little character here. I don't know what he's doing. I think this is the only person in this entire painting. Kind of sitting there fishing or something. Maybe it's Qi Baishi sitting there drawing or something. Who knows what? I'm kind of interested to know. Okay. This brush, just gotta clean it off periodically, otherwise it just gets so gummy. And in fact, not only just clean it off, like clean the brush right off. There we go. You can see I've kind of had to make up a little bit of details down here because his painting, oops, didn't extend to this part of the painting, so if you're wondering why this particular area looks clumsy, it's because this is where his genius ends and my clumsiness begins. Okay. I'm sure there's lots of other little details. I think on this one, I feel, let's zoom out. So we'll just kind of start comparing them before we do the tape. We'll just take a look and just see. Zoom back in a bit here. I'm going to just darken that. So to do that, I'm just going to take a bit of black even and put it in this blue. Oops, that's pretty dark. Whoa. I tell you, black changes things so quickly. Okay. Oops, and then that's white. Darn it. Thought that was glazing fluid. Okay. Okay. I think the number 4 is, should we go in no, let's go in the, let's start back at number 1 here. Number 1. Looks pretty good. Anything else I feel like we need to add to that? I don't know. I think that's pretty good. Okay, I think I can live with this. Maybe do I want to just do a couple slightly dark. Okay. So I feel confident number 1 being done. Let's look at number 2. That feels like it needs a little something. Okay, I'm going to glaze that. Put some glazing fluid here. Some of this darker blue that I've just been playing with. It's going to be fairly thin. This is my favorite part of painting, where we're just sort of doing all this little tinkering. It really feels like, oh, I forgot all the red in here. Okay. Oh, and some browns. Okay, so this one needs a bit more love here. Mental note of that. Oh, and some more black down there. Forgot that too. Okay, so while that's drying, let's go back to the black. Let's zoom in. Oh, I was going to put some blue down there, wasn't I? Okay. There's a little bit more green in there, but I think I'm okay with that. Okay, some brown and then some reds. One good thing about overusing the glazing fluid is I've got, normally I'm having to mix my colors over and over and over and over again. Here, it seems to have held up pretty good. So, some of it's dry, but I can kind of reactivate some of it rather than mixing it over and over and over again, which I normally do. It certainly saves me a little bit of time. Okay, let's take that same color. We'll just add a bit of white to it and put a bit of yellow. Oops, I think it needs to be even more white. There we go. I should have done this as a glaze. It's basically painting over all the lines that I put in there, but I'll probably have to do some touch-ups anyway, even once we get all the tape done, if that's what I still decide to do. And so this red. The red that I'm going to do is use the warm red, cool red together. Again, I'm doing little dots, like little pointillist kind of little things, because we'll put some yellow in here as well. Or, I mean, it'll be a kind of pretty sandy color, but okay. I'm gonna take a bit of cool yellow, since I haven't used it at all today. I'm just going to take a bit of that. Mixing here. Okay. Just going to take a little bit of this black. Okay. Let's zoom back out again. That looks pretty good. So this was 1, 2, 3. Just clean up some of these waves that just, I know it seems counter to a bunch of things I said at the beginning, but heck, if I can clean them up, I'm going to take advantage of the material that it provides me this opportunity just to tidy up my mistakes. Okay. Oh, I was going to just touch this up down here. I think going back over this with white was a bit of a waste of time. I think it was pretty fine as it was, but you know, sometimes you don't know until you do it, so I probably would have been looking at this painting thinking, if I only had put a little bit of white on that, it would have just been really perfect. You know, don't want to have any regrets. I'd much rather do something, see if it works or not, and then move on, than just be sitting there staring at it thinking, if I only did blah, 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 it'd be so much better. So whatever little details you may need to do are probably going to be very different than whatever little details I need to do, right? This is just when I'm looking at it, the things that I see that I did not do, or needed to be done, or touched up, etc. Okay, can I live with this? I think I can. So that leaves one more here. And our final one. Oh, there's Charmaine. Hi, Charmaine. Charmaine says, it's a brilliant idea to put 3 paintings on one panel. Together they form a brand new look that is even more interesting than the individual ones displayed separately. Love it. That's so generous. And Charmaine says, the audio sounds best tonight. What is the brand? You know, to be honest, I'm borrowing an audio. I've tried a few different things. It's the 402 VLZ4. I don't even know what the actual brand name of that machine is. But I'll probably order it because I was trying a few different ones, and most of my friends are musicians. So I was like, can somebody help me figure this out? Why am I having such terrible problems? So one of them, actually the guy that made the music that you may I don't know if you can hear the music in the background or not, but he's the one that loaned me the equipment, Sam Davidson. Charmaine also says, hi May and Paula, good to see you here. I'm not painting today, but I will in the next few days have to run shortly. See you later online. Thank you, Michael, for choosing the great artists. Well, glad to see you, Charmaine. Thank you so much for chiming in. I appreciate it. Okay. So, just as we get closer and closer to wrapping, well, I still have to put the white on the borders, but we're getting pretty darn close. I was not so happy with some of the colors here. This could be a little more green. This could be a darker blue, although it actually looks in person a lot like what it looks like on camera. It's not quite such a bright blue. Interesting. Yeah, this looks like I got everything I wanted here. So does that mean I've got them all painted? Really? Okay. So now on to the final step. So I can move my palette out of the way. And start thinking about how I'm going to tape these down. Now I will have to. I'm just going to blow dry all of them, but we'll start with the first one anyway, so that'll give the other ones a little bit more time to dry. Okay, so you may notice I'm picking at it, I'm touching things. What I'm doing is obviously I see places that are still wet, and I just take my finger and kind of rub the paint out if I can. Obviously in places, and I don't want to do it everywhere, but in places where there's a lot of black around, I just rub it or smudge it out, so that, because it's obviously built up so much that there's these little peaks, and if I smudge them out, it's going to help the whole thing dry up a little much faster. So that's what I'm up to, if you're curious. A bunch of these are still pretty wet, but my hope is that let's bring that back up here. Check, check. Hello, can you hear me now? Let's bring that back up. I think 0 is good. Okay, so taping this. You know what? I'm going to take a second to wash my hands so that I can do the cleanest version of this possible. So one second. Sorry for the noise there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put some tape down, and I'm going to use some matte medium to help seal things up. So I'm going to need this. I'm going to need a knife. Okay, I think I'm going to start with these vertical lines. So you can see why it's helpful to, you really want this paint nice and dry. And so I'm gonna go over just a little bit of the original image. Just like that, you can see the whole thing on there. So that I can even get rid of some of my pencil lines should they be showing through. So I haven't pushed anything down yet. I still just want to make sure I got everything in the, oops, we'll put that down the bottom. Right place. Okay. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can just... I want to just cut them. I could just cut them. Like that. Where did I put my ruler? Here. I was planning on putting a tape this way, but... okay. Okay. Peel off the tape. Okay, I'll burnish all that down here in a moment. The reason why I'm drawing with a pencil and then cutting is just in case the ruler moves while I'm doing this, then I haven't lost my place. You can see I'm also going over the tape a few times, which is a bit of a pain to do it a few times, but that helps ensure that I really do cut through the tape. Like here. I see, this is why. And I cut pretty deep there. It's gone. I've gone through the surface of the canvas. That looks like an area I'm going to have to touch up by hand. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run my nail along the edges. Just on the edge. I don't need to go in the interior here. In fact, it's probably, you know, there's no need to do that whatsoever. I just want to get these edges. So this, you can do just with your nail and then paint whatever color you want immediately afterwards. I'm going to go the extra step to put a little bit of matte medium on there. The matte medium will help it seal even better. Just to, because we want to try to avoid the paint, whatever color you use, seeping under the tape. Scratching with your fingernail helps big time. It is possible that you could do well enough just like that, but I'm just going to get a different palette. Do I have something nearby so I don't have to take my microphone off? So just put a glob of that there. I don't need too much of it. I'm just going to brush along the edges. I'm not painting over all of the tape. I just need to get the edges, right? And I want to try to avoid getting any big lumps or chunks, because that's going to show up in the texture on these borders. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this, and then we'll paint it whatever color. I'm going to paint mine white. So, you know, you could do all sorts of funky, wild, crazy things. You could paint stripes or zigzags. You could drip paint, splatter paint all over top of it. You could really go quite wild. I'm not going to do any of those things. I'm just going to go for a plain old white. I think what I'm hoping happens is that the plain white will contrast nicely with this gray and kind of look like a mat or a frame. So let's see if I'm just gonna get a different palette. Just something simple. Okay. So which brush are we going to use? Now ideally I would get all of these ready so I could just do all of them really quickly, but okay, so when I do this next, I want to try to get the paint on without getting underneath the tape. So I try to kind of brush away from the tape. And if we do this well enough, we should have a really nice result. Now when we're here, it's a little bit trickier. I'm just not going to try to push paint around. I'm just going to... I'm not pushing my brush hard. I just don't want to get the paint bristles underneath the tape. Putting the matte medium, that clear matte medium on there, really helps kind of seal all of the edges. So obviously I could have just hand painted all of this and we would have got a pretty good result. But this is sort of like what we did with the Al Loving painting, the abstract painting, or the cube, which was our first master study episode. Right, and I think we saw kind of, it does make quite a difference, right? It looks really nice to have nice sharp edges at the end. And after you've spent all this time making all these paintings, it isn't kind of nice to do this. It really just elevates the painting just that little bit. Okay, so this is, I'm going to put another coat on this. I'm just going to let this dry. It's a little patchy in places, so, which is not surprising just because of the speed that I'm doing things at. So let's just keep on going forward here. I'm going to put some more tape on this. It's possible that some of these lines could be a little bit crooked. There's the I saw when I peeled that tape up, a little bit of paint came up. Means something wasn't quite dry, which, you know, obviously not surprised by. Now you can use all sorts of different kinds of tape. This is painter's tape. Kind of probably $6-7 a roll, so it's a little, maybe on a little more expensive side. But I've done experiments with this with just regular masking tape. You know, that just the kind of sandy yellow color, and the results have been surprisingly good. To the point where, especially if you put the matte medium on there, you're pretty safe. Like, you don't really have to worry too much about bleeds coming through. So you do this a few times and you get better and better at it. Anyway, by the time we get to the fourth painting, I'm pretty confident, like, you know, you start getting like a kind of, you know, a method down that works. Okay. I think what I'll do next is I'm gonna tape the other three paintings, put the matte medium on all at the same time, blow dry them. All at once. So I'm just going to set that aside. Which painting's next here? Let's just do this one. Oh, there's still so many people watching right now. That's great. I mean, I'm so curious to see how people's paintings progressed and how far people got, how many of them they did. Like, did you do all 4 of these, or in other words, all 12 of them, or just 2, or 1, or... Start moving fast when I'm getting hungry. Kind of bummed I missed our daughter's bath already. Usually the highlight of my day. But this is also important to me. Not nearly as important as my daughter, but... I got to spend the morning, most of the day with her, so that's a consolation prize, I suppose. if running your fingernail along these lines is, you don't like that sound, or it feels funny. I've heard all sorts of things like that from people. You can use like any sort of clean tool, like a knife, like a kitchen knife or spoon. You just don't want to use, like, if I use this black of the pencil to try to do the back side of it, that it's probably the paint might come off and stain and just cause more problems than it's worth. So just as long as anything that you're using is clean, you can get like an actual thing from an art supply store called a bone folder. It used to actually be made of bone, but now it's just plastic. But you can use that. It's just basically like a hard piece of plastic that's often used by bookmakers, people who make handmade books, to fold paper. So some of these lines I have a feeling might be they might taper together, get a little more narrow than I would ideally prefer. And so if I was really wanting to make a point of doing this as well as humanly possible, I would probably measure these again and make, the carpenter part of me that exists deep down inside is not happy with the kind of the haphazard way that I'm doing this. I'm just looking at the pencil marks that I left there originally, which I also just eyeballed, so it's possible things aren't entirely straight, right? Okay. Getting there. Okay, last one here, and then we'll put the fluids on all of them, paint them, peel the tape off, and then go to bed. This Thursday, at our normal time, 4 p.m. Pacific, we're going to be looking at the artwork of Yayoi Kusama. Probably, arguably, well, I mean, I wouldn't have any hesitation in saying she's the most famous female artist, contemporary living female visual artist on the planet. I can't really think of another living artist that would rival her. And what's funny is, I think she's in her late 80s, maybe early 90s. And, she's been around. She's seen a lot. Like Yoko Ono, who if you don't know, actually, who was formerly married to John Lennon, Yoko Ono was and is still a great visual artist. That's anyway. Yoko Ono saw Yayoi Kusama as her inspiration growing up. That's gives you an idea. She's been around for a while. Let's see. We'll put some of this fluid. I'll just put it right on here, just like that. I'm super. So anyway, Yayoi Kusama is. I can't think of another living visual artist who is as well known around the world outside of the art world, as it's often called, than her. And then, who else would you say is more famous, male or female or non-gendered person? Maybe, Banksy, I guess, would be the most well-known living visual artist, I suppose. So I'm just going to transfer some of this extra. So I'm getting a little bit sloppy here, not really doing as careful of a job as maybe I should after I've spent so much time. But if I spend too much longer, my wife will be asleep by the time I'm done, and I haven't seen her since she went to work in the morning, so. And by her going to work, meaning her going into the bedroom to use the computer. Oops, that's a lot. Strange times we live in. So again, I really want to try to make sure I don't get too much texture building up here. So I just want to brush all that, any extra stuff that's building up. Okay, we're done with the matte medium. On to the very final steps. I'll just put this to dry. I'll blow dry them all momentarily. I'm just going to put one more coat of this white on and then peel this tape off. So I think that should have covered all of any spillover from my painting. Clean it up pretty well. I see a few things that might poke through a bit, but Paula says, set a time that class ends at 8 p.m. 5 to 8 p.m. is a normal class time, so you can take a bath with your daughter. Thanks a lot, Michael. Just a suggestion. Oh, I know. I mean, obviously, when I do these things in person, I don't just go on endlessly, but it's one of these things, if I didn't finish it, then I'd be sitting upstairs, and then I'd come back down, I have to turn everything back on again. So, Deborah says, hi, folks. I left to go to Ed, and I woke up to see the finished paintings. It is 12:30 a.m. here. Poor Michael, you have been at it for so long. Thanks so much. I'm just going to set this aside before I peel it off. There's still a little bit of wet paint on there, but I'm going to do these. Um, see the comments that Laura's leaving. Hi, Laura. She says, "Hi, Michael. Happy face, thumbs. Pretty happy. Lots of emojis here. Thanks so much for this long hours of painting. I really love it, and I'll be back to your classes soon. I like Chinese artists, and especially Qi Baishi. Have a good night, and I'll try catching up after this long absence." Deborah says, "I have had a rest, but you did not. Your paintings look amazing, Michael." Thanks. Although they're covered with tape. So we'll see very shortly. Maybe you'll change your mind shortly. Okay, so now I'm just going to put this white on here. And I've got to just go a little bit slower as I do this. Otherwise, all this work is for naught. So just take your time, Michael. Here, you're already way over time anyway, so. Just want to try to get nice, careful not to get paint underneath the tape. It was also possible I could have another option, which is what we did with the what painting was that we did? Let's see. With the Bill trailer painting, that's right. So with the Bill trailer, if you recall, we painted the entire the color we wanted. How did we do that? Now I'm trying to think about how we went about that. I think we painted the color we wanted as a background first, and then we made the painting, and then we put tape down, painted the painting, and then peeled the tape off at the very end. And it worked pretty well. I think the thing is that tape, and it's been a while since we made that painting, but if I recall, that I was not super, I think the tape kind of stuck to the canvas a little bit, tore a bit. It was a bit of a pain in the butt. It would also be a little bit more complicated to apply the tape in this way. We'd have to kind of cut it and multiple times. So this just seems like, as funny as it is, the faster way to do things. So I'll let that dry. While that's drying, I'll just keep on going along here. You know, doing all of these paintings, it's not going to surprise me if there's some leakage happening in a few places on some of these. It's just the law of averages is that there's so much surface area being taped and painted that it's going to be. I'll be surprised if all of these turn out perfectly, especially considering I'm motoring here. I've done this on paintings of my own, and if this was a painting of my own, I would probably spend like 4 or 5 hours doing, like really taking my time, and which is why artwork can cost a lot of money, right? If you want really, really high, good quality artwork, well, it just takes somebody a long time to make it, right? So that's. And the other thing, too, I think a lot of people don't realize is that most art galleries take a cut of the sale of the artwork. So and it's usually, the standard is either 50-50 or 40-60. 40-60 is a pretty good deal. That's what you'd want as an artist. But it's and artists, every time you talk to artists, they complain about giving fees over to the gallery, but somebody's got to pay the rent out. Somebody's got to be there answering phones, entertaining collectors, buying the wine and cheese for the openings, etc. Still, it's if a painting is on sale for $1,000, the artist hopes to get $500 from it, and usually the gallery will pay the shipping to ship it back to you, but often the artist has to pay for the shipping to the gallery or museum. Shoot, looks like it peeled up there a bit, so we'll see how that works. Okay. I think I oversaturated this tape with the matte medium just in my haste to finish up, so I see a few places where it doesn't have the strongest seal. So if you're shipping a bunch of paintings to Australia and it costs $400 to ship a bunch of boxes of paintings or tubes or frames, sculptures, and you sell it for $1,000, well, then and it costs $400 to ship, and you get only $500. You end up with only $100 in your pocket. So it's just like a lot of other businesses, the margins are slim. Okay. So I think this is the first one, right? I don't think I need a third coat of paint on here, do I? You know what, I'm just going to do all of them and then peel the tape off, just so that I can wash my hands and I don't get too much paint all over the place. coat on these here. There's Shamsa. Hi, Shamsa. Hope you're doing well. So now I can just focus on any places where I feel like I need to do any little touch-ups that the tape is like here's a little, needs to be a little darker. There's a lot of over paint there. It's up to you to how much you want to, how clean you want your edges to be. I think that one will be done soon. We'll peel the tape off. We'll blow dry it and peel the tape off. It is. I find this very exciting. You know, it's like one of those things where you paint and then you kind of forget what's actually under here. And so it's that kind of all that reveal that happens when the paint or the tape finally comes off. They've been underneath this tape for about an hour now. I'm hoping the tape doesn't tear while I'm peeling it off. Sometimes that happens. It's not a big deal. It just slows down the excitement of the reveal, and you end up sitting around picking tape off. But it usually doesn't. The only thing it can do is it could end up peeling paint, like the white that we've just put down. It's possible that that could peel if you've put really, really thick coats of paint down. The solution to that is to peel the tape off relatively quickly after you've painted. If you wait a long time, like overnight or something, that problem can be a little bit is more common just because the paint is kind of like fused with the tape and the surface, and there's anyway. Okay, putting the paintbrush in there. I'm done with the white, so we're gonna blow dry all of these and start peeling tape off. So we'll go in the order. Yeah. Which one is this? This is number 1. That should be dry. So let's give it a blow dry. forgetting that's probably pretty loud on the loud sound with that hairdryer blowing right there. Anyway, so okay, let's start peeling some tape off. We'll have a great reveal. So actually, one thing we can do is find, because the tape overlaps, right? So we can peel that. That's easier than using the X-Acto knife. Just take your time doing this. There's no hurry, especially all this time in here. It's like magic, isn't it? If I had thought through this a little bit more carefully, I would have left a little tab for myself to peel up. Like, it just now looks so slick and clean and pro, doesn't it? Look at that. Whoa. Love it. Love it. All that time. All that effort. I shouldn't speak too soon, because I'm always waiting to be surprised, but so that was that little part that I was fussing about fighting with for a while. I'm not surprised, there was a little bit of a goof there. So that could be something I clean up later on. I'm doing very well. Thank you, Shamsa. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. In fact, I'm just gonna. Well, I'd like to say I clean that off, but maybe I'll use it. Just so we can see this a little bit cleaner surface. Right, and then if we go to here, and there was the original, here is our version. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, so we got one. Let's keep on going. Where's number 2? That's 4. 2. I got a little bit of paint slipped under there, not much. Probably not even enough to show up on camera, but and some of the tape has pulled up some paint that was wet underneath. So you also have to be careful if there's wet paint on the tape. You know, you want to be careful you don't get it on your fingers or on which you could then transfer quite easily onto the painting itself, right? So this is number 2. Again. They do seem a little bit plain without all that text. I will absolutely grant you that. It would be really nice if I could write really, really tiny and put all that text in there. But, you know, I don't know. It's not too bad. Okay. That's this one next. This one, a little bit of, oh, it's still wet there. That's great. Okay. And our final one. Okay. Wow, okay. And we'll take a look at them all side by side here in a moment, but just so we can see these. You know, pretty good. Like, yeah, there's some, you know, colors that are slightly different, as we would expect, obviously, but I'm quite satisfied with my choice to use this other color as opposed to just white underneath. I think it really makes a huge difference. Okay, so this is, let's just make a bunch of space here and go right up. Let's zoom out. Let's see if I can fit them all on the table side by side. This one is 3. This one is 2. Move all of this stuff out of the way. And there we go. One of the great masterworks of humankind. It's taken me 6 hours from the time we began until now. But I think it was, for me anyway, well worth the time here. That makes me feel pretty cool to really, really give this artist his due. One of the greatest humans to ever grace this fine earth of ours. Qi Baishi was a master, no doubt, no doubt. And to be able to make all 12 of these and to see them all side by side like that, wow. My goodness. I don't know what to say. It makes me so excited. I know there's not that many people that have stuck around all the way to the very, very end compared to how many began, but I'm sure, you know, it's 1 in the morning on the East Coast, so I don't begrudge people for going to sleep. But and I'm sure people will follow up and watch these later, but I don't know. I feel like this might be one of the best things that we've done so far. You know, wow. I'm super excited. Okay, I've been on my feet for 6 hours painting. I'm gonna go bonkers here. So let's just put some names on the back of these canvases here. Do I still remember what my name is? I'm not going to sign them all right now, since they're all a little bit... might be a little bit wet. It might be just prudent just to let them sit for a little bit, and then I'll come back and sign all the rest of them. Wow. I'm a little bit speechless. I know it took me a long time to do, but if we break it down 6 hours between 4 paintings, that's about an hour and a half, hour and a half per painting. And I would be pretty impressed if I could do one of these in an hour and a half. So I'm not exactly sure how that happened. I think it's, I don't know how because some of them, I don't know how the math doesn't work, but here we are. Anyway, thank you everyone for sticking around, for painting along with me, for giving one of the greatest artists of all time his due here in my own tiny little way. I hope this has been interesting. It's been a great experience for me personally. If anybody else gets anything out of it, then that's bonus. Wow, lots of people here. May says, the paintings look great, Michael. Fantastic. Laura, lots of emojis. I appreciate it. Party emoji. Shamsa says, beautiful. I love prints of these. And Laura says, it's so beautiful. Your time all well spent. Have a good rest, Michael. I appreciate it. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for celebrating this evening with me, and I'm so excited to spend the rest of May celebrating Asian History Month and to learn from all of these great masters. There's only so many that I can possibly do in this short amount of time, but stick around on Thursday. We are going to look at Yayoi Kusama. As I said, certainly the most famous, most recognized, well-deserved fame, female artist alive today, and beyond, after Banksy, I'm sure probably the second most famous artist alive of any gender. So I'm super excited to do that. She's a really, really cool, special person. So anyway, I've been blabbing on long enough. I'm going to go grab myself some dinner and then go to sleep. So we will see you guys in a few days. If you want to leave a small donation, there's the PayPal link down below. Please like and subscribe to the channel, and we will see you in a few days. Take care, everybody. I wish you well. Good night.